Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. The amber glow of sunset spilled across the Commonwealth, painting the wasteland in gentle hues of gold and rose. Long shadows stretched from the ruins of what had once been a prosperous town, now a patchwork of crumbling structures and carefully maintained shelters. A cool evening breeze carried the scent of dust and distant radiation, stirring the tattered edges of a faded sign that creaked softly above a two-story building at the settlement's edge. Though time had worn away much of the paint, the words "saloon" remained visible, illuminated by the day's fading light. The lone wanderer approached with measured steps, boots finding stable paths through the settlement's uneven streets. Days of travel had left a fine layer of wasteland dust on weathered leather armor, and supplies were running precariously low. The journey from the Northern Territories had taken longer than anticipated. A radiation storm had forced an unplanned detour, adding miles to an already exhausting trek. As the wanderer drew closer to the saloon, details emerged from the gathering dusk. Unlike many buildings in the settlement, this structure appeared remarkably intact. Its wooden walls, though weathered by nuclear fallout and centuries of harsh conditions, stood firm against the wasteland's constant erosion. Warm light spilled from windows covered with salvaged materials, some glass, some plastic, some merely translucent cloth, creating an inviting glow against the approaching night. The soft murmur of conversation and the occasional gentle laugh drifted through the partially open door, carrying with it the tantalizing aroma of cooking food. A rarity in a world where most meals came from cans salvaged from pre-war ruins or the charred flesh of irradiated wildlife. The wanderer paused, listening for any signs of danger, the harsh voices of raiders or the aggressive posturing that often preceded wasteland violence. But the sounds remained tranquil, merely the gentle cadence of weary people finding momentary respite. Decision made, the wanderer adjusted the pistol holstered at their hip, not to prepare it for use, but to secure it more firmly, a gesture of peaceful intent when entering an unknown establishment. With a steady hand, they pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. The saloon's interior unfolded in layers of subdued light and shadow. Lanterns hung from ceiling beams, their flames enclosed in salvaged glass containers that diffused the illumination into a gentle glow. Tables of various heights and conditions were arranged across the uneven wooden floor, many occupied by patrons who briefly glanced up at the newcomer before returning to their quiet conversations. A long counter stretched along the far wall, constructed from mismatched wooden planks that had been sanded smooth by years of resting elbows and sliding drinks. Behind it stood a figure unlike the others in the room, taller, leaner, with skin that bore the distinctive appearance of ghoulification. Centuries of radiation exposure had transformed what had once been human flesh into something weathered and textured like ancient leather, hairless and marked with patches where the deterioration had progressed further than others. Yet despite his appearance, the ghoul moved with surprising grace and evident purpose, arranging glasses, wiping the counter with a relatively clean cloth, and exchanging brief words with patrons that elicited nods of appreciation or soft chuckles. His clothes were worn but meticulously maintained, a button-up shirt with faded stripes and dark slacks that might have once been part of a formal outfit in the world before the bombs. The ghoul looked up as the wanderer entered, his milky eyes somehow still conveying sharp awareness and evaluation. After a moment's assessment, his features shifted into what was recognizably a welcoming smile, despite the limitations of his radiation-transformed face. "Evening, traveler," he called, his voice carrying the distinctive raspy quality common to ghouls, but clear and warm in its tone. "Welcome to the last call. You look like you could use a rest and something to wash down the road dust." The wanderer approached the counter, noting how the other patrons made room without tension or suspicion, a promising sign in a world where strangers often meant danger. "Appreciate the welcome," they replied, settling onto a stool that wobbled slightly but held firm. "Been on the move for days. Didn't expect to find a place like this out here. Been standing since before the bombs," the ghoul said with evident pride, reaching for a relatively clean glass. "And I've been keeping it open for, well, longer than most folks can remember." He filled the glass from a pitcher of purified water, a luxury in the Commonwealth, and placed it before the wanderer. "First drinks on the house for travelers who come in peace. Name's Harland, though most regulars just call me Harbour." "Harbour?" the wanderer asked, after taking a grateful sip of the remarkably clean water. The ghoul's weathered features creased in what might have been a self-deprecating smile. "They say I'm a safe port in the storm. Been calling me that for generations now." He gestured around the saloon. "Folks need somewhere to drop anchor in the wasteland, even if just for a night." As the wanderer's eyes adjusted to the saloon's lighting, more details emerged about both the space and its patrons. The clientele was surprisingly diverse for a wasteland establishment. Traders, judging by their laden packs resting beside tables, local residents engaged in the quiet routines of settlement life, even a couple wearing the distinctive padded jumpsuits of vault dwellers, likely from one of the few functioning vaults that now permitted outside contact. Most remarkable was the atmosphere. Lacking the desperate edge that characterized most gathering places in the post-nuclear world, here, conversations flowed without the constant scanning for threats. Laughter emerged without the brittle quality of those perpetually braced for violence. And the ghoul bartender moved among humans who showed no sign of the prejudice often directed toward his kind. "Hungry?" Harbour asked, noting the wanderer's assessment of the room. "Mealurk stew tonight. Managed to get some relatively unirradiated meat from traders yesterday. Not fancy, but filling and safer than most wasteland fare." "Sounds better than anything I've had in weeks," the wanderer admitted, reaching for the modest pouch of bottle caps that served as currency throughout the Commonwealth. Harbour waved off the gesture. "Food first, payment after. That's how we do things here." He turned toward a doorway behind the bar, calling out, "Ellis, one serving for our new guest." A young man appeared from what was apparently the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl. Despite the widespread scarcity that defined wasteland living, the portion was surprisingly generous. Chunks of mirrorlurk meat, swimming in a broth thick with cultivated razor grain and native tubers. The aroma that rose with the steam carried hints of herbs that shouldn't have survived in the irradiated soil, evidence of careful cultivation and knowledge passed down through generation. "Thanks, Harbour," the young man said, his easy use of the nickname indicating familiarity. As he placed the bowl before the wanderer, he added with evident pride, "My grandmother's recipe. She learned it from Harbour back when she was younger than me." This casual reference to a relationship spanning generations highlighted the ghoul's extended lifespan. one of the few benefits of radiation exposure, profound enough to trigger ghoulification, but not so severe as to reduce them to the mindless feral state that claimed many of their kind. Harbour had likely been tending this bar since before the great-grandparents of most Commonwealth residents had been born. As Ellis returned to the kitchen, Harbour leaned slightly against the counter, his posture relaxed yet somehow dignified. "Take your time with the meal," he suggested. "Been a barkeep long enough to recognize the look of someone who's been pushing too hard on too little. We've got rooms upstairs if you need proper rest. Clean by wasteland standards, and the locks actually work." The Wanderer nodded appreciation while savoring the stew. Indeed, better than anything tasted in recent memory. The saloon's gentle ambience wrapped around them like a comfortable blanket, the soft murmur of conversations creating a soothing backdrop that made the constant vigilance of wasteland travel seem temporarily unnecessary. As the meal progressed, Harbour attended to other patrons with the same calm efficiency he had demonstrated from the start, refilling drinks, exchanging brief pleasantries, occasionally mediating minor disagreements with a few well-chosen words that invariably led to nodding acceptance rather than escalation. His role clearly extended beyond merely serving drinks. He was peacekeeper, confidant, and living memory of the settlement. "How long have you been running this place?" the Wanderer asked when Harbour returned to collect the empty bowl. The Ghoul's weathered features shifted in what appeared to be thoughtful calculation. "Was tending bar here when the bombs fell," he said finally. "Owned the place outright maybe 70 years later after the previous owner passed. So, just short of 2 centuries, give or take a decade." He delivered this extraordinary time span with the casual tone someone might use to mention a few years of employment. Before the conversation could continue, a sharp sound came from somewhere behind the bar, a distinctive chittering that anyone who had survived in the wasteland would immediately recognize. Red roaches. The mutated insects were among the Commonwealth's most common pests, not particularly dangerous individually, but problematic in numbers and destructive to precious food supplies. Several patrons tensed at the sound, hands moving instinctively toward weapons. Harbour raised a placating hand. "No need for alarm, folks. Just some unwelcome visitors in the storeroom. Happens every few months when new clutches hatch in the ruins down the street." His tone remained as calm as if he were discussing a minor change in the weather rather than a potential threat to his establishment. From beneath the counter, he produced an ancient but well-maintained shotgun, its wooden stock polished by centuries of handling, its barrel showing signs of regular cleaning. "Won't be but a moment," he assured the room, moving with surprising grace toward a door behind the bar. The Wanderer half rose, one hand moving toward their holstered weapon. "Need assistance?" Harbour paused, that radiation-weathered face forming what was clearly an appreciative smile. "Kind offer, but this is routine maintenance. Enjoy your rest. Ellis will get you another water if you'd like." With that, he disappeared through the doorway, closing it gently behind him. The patrons, notably, returned to their conversations with minimal concern, clearly trusting in the Ghoul's ability to handle the situation without assistance. This level of confidence spoke volumes about Harbour's standing in the community and his demonstrated competence over what must have been many similar incidents. A few muffled shotgun blasts came from beyond the door, spaced well apart and delivered with methodical precision rather than panic. The sounds were followed by brief periods of movement, then silence. Throughout it all, Ellis continued serving patrons, with only occasional glances toward the storeroom door, his lack of concern providing further reassurance that the situation was indeed routine and under control. After perhaps 15 minutes, Harbour re-emerged, shotgun now held comfortably pointed downward, his demeanor unchanged, save for a slight dustiness on his clothes. "All clear," he announced to no one in particular. "Managed to catch them before they got into anything important." He returned the shotgun to its place beneath the counter, then washed his hands thoroughly in a basin of purified water before resuming his bartending duties, as if nothing unusual had occurred. This seamless return to normalcy after efficiently eliminating a wasteland threat embodied the matter-of-fact resilience that had allowed humanity to survive in the harsh, post-nuclear world. "You mentioned rooms for the night," the Wanderer asked as Harbour passed by. "Indeed I did," the Ghoul confirmed, reaching beneath the counter to produce an actual key. Not the improvised mechanisms that secured most wasteland dwellings, but a genuine pre-war key, attached to a faded plastic fob with the number 4 still visible. Top of the stairs, end of the hall. Best views in the house, such as they are. 10 caps for the night, includes breakfast before you head out. Another 5 gets you bath water, actually heated if you'd like. The price was more than fair by Commonwealth standards, particularly with meals included. The Wanderer counted out the caps, adding a few extra for the water earlier. Harbour accepted the payment with a nod of appreciation. Generosity's in short supply these days. We notice it here. He slid the key across the polished wooden surface. "Feel free to turn in whenever you're ready. No rush. Sometimes the company and conversation are as restorative as sleep." As if to confirm this observation, a woman, seated at a nearby table, looked up from her drink. "Harbour tells the best stories if you've got the time to listen," she offered. "Been everywhere, seen everything, remembers the world before, too." The Ghoul made a dismissive gesture, though his expression suggested he wasn't genuinely displeased by the recommendation. "Marta exaggerates, but I've been around, sure enough. Memory's a funny thing when you've lived as long as I have. Some days from 2 centuries back are clearer than last week." "Were you always a bartender?" the Wanderer asked, genuine curiosity overcoming the weariness of travel. Harbour leaned against the counter, a posture that suggested he was settling into a comfortable routine. "Before the war? No. Worked corporate. Miserable existence really, though we didn't know it then. Always thought I'd retire, open a little place where people could relax, be themselves." A rasping sound that might have been a chuckle escaped him. "Guess I got my wish, though not quite how I planned it." "Harbour was here when this was still Medford," contributed an older man from a corner table, his beard white with age yet still comparatively youthful next to the Ghoul's centuries. "My grandfather said his grandfather used to come here when he was just a boy. Said Harbour always had the same rule, no fighting in his establishment." "Good rules outlast their makers," Harbour acknowledged, with a slight nod toward the older patron. "This place has stood through it all because we remember what matters, share what we have, keep the peace, treat folk based on how they act, not what they look like or where they came from." He gestured toward his own ghoulified features. "Had to learn that last one myself when the radiation changed me. People who'd been friendly for years suddenly couldn't stand the sight of me." His tone held no bitterness, merely the contemplative quality of someone who had lived long enough to process painful memories and extract their valuable lessons. Their loss, ultimately. Those who stayed, who saw past this scarred exterior, they became family across generations, watched their children grow and their children's children, kept their stories when they were gone, shared them with those who came after. As Harbour spoke, the saloon seemed to grow quieter, more patrons turning to listen. This was clearly a familiar and welcome ritual, the Ghoul barkeeper sharing fragments of his extraordinary lifespan with those whose briefer existences nonetheless connected to his through this shared space. The scene had an almost reverential quality, a rare moment of community cohesion in the fragmented reality of post-nuclear existence. The day the bombs fell, Harbour continued, his milky eyes focused on something distant in memory. We'd just opened for the afternoon shift. Radio started broadcasting the emergency signals. People rushed in from the street, panicking. I started pouring drinks. Didn't even ask for payment. Figured if the world was ending, money wouldn't matter anyway. He ran a textured hand along the edge of the counter, the gesture somehow bridging centuries. We all thought that was it, the end of everything. Folks cried, prayed, made peace with enemies, confessed secrets. When the distant flashes came, some closed their eyes, thinking that was their final moment. His voice remained gentle, the horror of that apocalyptic memory somehow tempered by the immense passage of time. But here, in this little pocket, many survived the initial blasts. We were just far enough from primary targets. The radiation came gradually, changing some of us slowly. This building sheltered people through those first terrible years, became a constant when everything else changed beyond recognition. The Wanderer found themselves drawn into this calm recounting of history, experienced firsthand, not read in terminals or pieced together from artifacts, but lived and remembered with clarity across centuries. Harbour's storytelling created a thread of continuity between the world before the war and the present reality, providing context that few in the Commonwealth could offer. As the evening progressed, the Ghoul alternated between tending to his patrons' needs and sharing brief anecdotes from his extraordinary lifespan, tales of the settlement's evolution through different eras of wasteland development, memories of patrons long gone whose descendants still visited the saloon, observations about how humanity adapted to its transformed circumstances while maintaining essential connections. The atmosphere remained peaceful, the gentle flow of conversation and memory creating a rare sense of stability in a world defined by constant danger and uncertainty. Patrons gradually filtered out as the hour grew later, departing with respectful nods toward Harbour and quiet words of farewell that suggested they were regulars rather than transient visitors. Eventually, the Wanderer felt the accumulated fatigue of long travel assert itself, the comfortable environment having relaxed vigilance enough for exhaustion to make its presence known. Harbour seemed to notice, as he noticed most things, and gestured toward the stairs with an understanding nod. "Rest will do you good," he said simply. "Room's ready whenever you are." With appreciative thanks, the Wanderer made their way up the wooden staircase, noting how the steps had been carefully maintained despite their age, worn smooth in the center from countless passages, but solid and secure underfoot. The upper hallway continued this impression of meticulous care, with walls patched using different materials across different eras, creating a visual timeline of the building's extended history. Room 4 proved to be a corner space with windows facing two directions, providing exactly the superior view Harbour had promised. The settlement below now illuminated primarily by scattered lanterns and the glow of the emerging stars above. The furnishings were simple but remarkable by wasteland standards. A bed with an actual mattress rather than scavenged materials. A small table with a working lantern. A chair positioned to take advantage of the view. And, most surprisingly, a bookshelf containing several intact volumes. The Wanderer secured the door, using both the key's surprisingly smooth mechanism and the additional interior bolt that had been added in a later era. After arranging equipment for easy access if needed during the night, they approached the bookshelf. examining titles that had survived centuries of potential destruction. The collection was eclectic: practical manuals for construction and repair, a few novels with faded covers, even a cookbook that must have been virtually priceless in a world where culinary knowledge had largely been lost with the old civilization. A small note had been tucked into one of the volumes, the handwriting faded but legible. "Harbor this one reminded me of the story you told about the lighthouse. Thought you might enjoy having it. Margaret, Ellis's mother." The personal touch reinforced the sense that this establishment represented something beyond mere commerce, a continuous community spanning generations, connected through the Ghoul's extended lifespan. Through the floorboards came the muffled sounds of the saloon below, Harbor's distinctive raspy voice occasionally rising above the general murmur, the gentle clinking of glasses, rare laughter that seemed more precious for its scarcity in the broader wastelands. These sounds created a soothing acoustic backdrop as the wanderer prepared for rest, a reminder of human connection persisting despite the nuclear devastation that had reshaped the world. Sleep came with surprising ease, the security of the location combining with genuine exhaustion to override the hypervigilance typically necessary for survival in the Commonwealth. Dreams were fragmented but peaceful, images of the saloon in different eras, Harbor's weathered features observing the changing world with patient wisdom, generations of patrons finding sanctuary within these resilient walls. Morning arrived with gentle increments of light filtering through the windows, accompanied by the subtle sounds of the settlement beginning its daily activities. The wanderer woke feeling genuinely rested for the first time in weeks, the combination of secure shelter and Harbor's hospitality having provided restoration beyond mere physical recovery. After gathering equipment and ensuring the room was left in good order, a courtesy often forgotten in the harsh pragmatism of wasteland survival, the wanderer descended to find the saloon transformed by morning light. The space felt different without the previous evening's patrons, more expansive yet somehow more intimate, sunlight streaming through imperfections in the window coverings to create patterns across the worn wooden floor. Harbor stood behind the counter, arranging cups and plates with the same methodical care he had shown the night before. He looked up as the wanderer reached the bottom of the stairs, offering that radiation-weathered smile that somehow conveyed genuine warmth despite his ghoulified features. "Morning," he greeted, gesturing toward a place at the counter already set with a chipped but clean plate. "Sleep well." "Better than I have in months," the wanderer admitted, settling onto the stool. "There's something about this place that feels protected." Harbor nodded as if this observation was both familiar and welcome. Had a patron once, Brotherhood scribe passing through, studied pre-war spirituality, said certain places develop what she called psychic residue from prolonged human emotion. All the relief, gratitude, and momentary peace that people have found here over centuries, maybe it accumulates, becomes something you can feel. He shrugged slightly. Or maybe it's just solid walls and a barkeep who keeps his shotgun clean. Either way, I'll take it. From the kitchen doorway appeared Ellis, carrying 2 plates containing what appeared to be razor-grain pancakes topped with preserved mutt fruit, a breakfast that would be considered luxurious by typical Commonwealth standards. He placed one before the wanderer and the other at the counter's end, where Harbor had apparently been working. "Grandmother's recipe again?" the wanderer asked, recalling the young man's comment from the previous evening. Ellis smiled, the expression brightening his features. "Harbor's, actually. He taught my grandmother, who taught my mother, who taught me. Says they made them this way before the war, though the ingredients were different then. We adapt," Harbor said simply, settling onto his own stool with a grace that belied his centuries. That's the one constant across all the years I've seen. Humans find ways to recreate comfort, community, even when everything familiar has been destroyed. He gestured toward the plate. Enjoy. Food always tastes better when you're truly rested. The meal unfolded with comfortable conversation, Harbour sharing observations about weather patterns he had noted over decades that suggested safer travel routes for the wanderer's continued journey. His knowledge combined historical perspective with practical experience, offering insights unavailable from younger Commonwealth residents, whose understanding extended only to conditions within their own lifespans. As the breakfast concluded, the wanderer reorganized supplies in preparation for departure, noting that Ellis had subtly added extra purified water and what appeared to be wrapped preserved food to the pack while clearing the dishes. This unannounced generosity embodied the underlying ethic of Harbour's establishment, kindness delivered without expectation of recognition or repayment. "What do I owe for the extras?" the wanderer asked, gesturing toward the supplemented supplies. Harbour waved off the question. "Road ahead is long and not particularly generous. Consider it an investment in having you return someday with new stories." He produced a small package wrapped in relatively clean cloth. "Bit of jerky for the journey too. Less irradiated than most you'll find. We have arrangements with hunters who know which areas to avoid." The wanderer accepted this additional gift with genuine appreciation, recognizing it represented more than mere supplies. It was connection, concern for well-being extended beyond the boundaries of the saloon and into the uncertain wasteland beyond. Such gestures created the invisible network of human care that made survival in the Commonwealth something more than mere persistence. As the moment of departure approached, Harbour moved from behind the counter, extending a hand weathered by both time and radiation. "Safe travels," he offered, his milky eyes somehow conveying sincerity despite their clouded appearance. "Remember, there's always a place here when you're passing through. The last call endures, even when everything else changes." The handshake felt significant, a connection across the divide that often separated humans from ghouls in the prejudice-laden wasteland. A recognition of shared humanity despite the external differences wrought by radiation's transformative effects. In Harbour's extended lifespan and patient maintenance of this sanctuary, there existed a particular kind of hope. The demonstration that preservation and continuity remained possible even after apocalypse. With final farewells exchanged, the wanderer stepped back into the Commonwealth morning, the settlement now fully visible in daylight. What had appeared as merely a collection of structures in the previous evening's approach now revealed itself as a functioning community. Residents moving with purpose between buildings, small garden plots carefully tended in radiation-resistant containers, the essential activities of human persistence unfolding against the backdrop of nuclear devastation. The last call stood as the settlement's anchor, its weathered exterior bearing witness to centuries of endurance. Harbour would continue his patient stewardship, as he had for generations, providing sanctuary to weary travelers, maintaining connections between isolated communities through shared stories, embodying the possibility that civilization might gradually rebuild from its nuclear ruins. As the wanderer moved toward the settlement's edge and the open road beyond, thoughts turned to the extraordinary encounter with Harbour and his establishment. In a world defined by transience and destruction, he had created permanence and preservation. Among humans whose lives were shortened by hardship and radiation, his extended existence served an essential purpose, carrying forward memories, knowledge, and values that might otherwise have been lost in the apocalyptic devastation. The Commonwealth stretched ahead, vast and challenging, yet somehow less daunting after the respite found within Harbour's domain. Somewhere beyond the horizon lay new settlements, other individuals carving sustainability from the wasteland's harsh reality. Perhaps even other ghouls who had transformed their unnaturally extended lifespans into opportunity for shepherding human progress across generations. While the wanderer continued along the broken road, thoughts drifting back to Harbour's gentle storytelling and unfailing hospitality, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another ghoul was experiencing a very different journey. In the ruins of a suburban neighbourhood, a figure who had spent decades lost in feral mindlessness was slowly regaining coherence, fragments of memory and identity returning like pieces of a shattered mirror gradually reassembled. As a young scavenger approached cautiously, offering water and gentle words, the once feral ghoul began to remember the home he had lost centuries before, the first steps toward reclaiming the humanity radiation had stolen from him. As sunset painted the broken houses in hues of amber and gold, these two unlikely companions prepared to explore the remnants of a life interrupted by nuclear fire, unaware of the healing their shared journey would bring to both their wounded souls. Join us next time for Feral No More. Morning light filtered through the fractured remains of what had once been a suburban neighborhood, casting long shadows across cracked pavement and illuminating the gentle dance of dust particles in the air. The rows of houses, once symbols of pre-war prosperity, now stood in various states of collapse, some merely weathered by nuclear fallout and the passage of centuries, others reduced to skeletal frameworks that barely suggested their original purpose. Nature had begun its patient reclamation, with mutated flora pushing through concrete foundations and wrapping around rusted mailboxes that hadn't delivered correspondence in over 200 years. Among these architectural ghosts, a figure moved with the halting uncertainty of someone relearning basic locomotion. The ghoul's deteriorated form bore the marks of extreme radiation exposure, skin withered into a leathery texture, patches missing entirely to reveal glimpsed muscle beneath, eyes clouded to a milky translucence that somehow still perceived the world around him. His movements lacked the mindless aggression typical of feral ghouls, instead carrying the tentative quality of rediscovered consciousness, each step deliberate, each turn of his head suggesting the processing of actual thoughts rather than mere instinctual response. Julian, the name had returned to him 3 weeks prior, emerging suddenly from the mental fog that had claimed his higher functions for decades, paused in what had once been a cul-de-sac. His weathered hands trembled slightly as he oriented himself, fragments of memory colliding with present reality. These streets had been familiar once, in another lifetime, before radiation had transformed both his body and mind. Now he struggled to reconcile the intact images preserved in his gradually recovering memory with the devastation that surrounded him. 716 Orchard Lane, he whispered, his voice rasping from vocal cords damaged by centuries of feral screaming and disuse. The numbers held meaning, drawing him forward with the pull of identity partially reclaimed. The house, his house, should be on the right, 3 doors down from the intersection, or what remained of it. As Julian approached the location memory indicated, he found a structure more intact than many of its neighbors. The single-story ranch-style home had lost portions of its roof, and its front-facing windows were long gone, but its fundamental framework stood firm against the wasteland's constant erosion. The faded blue paint had peeled away in most places, exposing weathered wood beneath, yet something about the building's proportions tugged at Julian's fractured memories. He paused at what had once been a white picket fence, now reduced to intermittent posts marking a boundary that no longer required defending. His trembling hand reached out to touch the weathered wood, triggering a cascade of sensory memory, the smell of fresh paint, the rhythmic sound of hammer on nail, a child's laughter from the yard beyond. The intensity of the recollection made him stagger slightly, his equilibrium affected by the abrupt collision of past and present. "Easy there," came a young voice from behind him. "Don't push too hard. The memories come back stronger when you give them space." Julian turned with the careful deliberation that characterized all his movements now, conscious control gradually replacing the feral instinct that had governed his existence for so long. The young woman who stood a respectful distance away appeared to be in her early 20s, her frame lean with the particular quality of someone raised in the wasteland's perpetual scarcity. Her dark hair was tied back in a practical knot, and the weathered leather armor she wore showed signs of careful maintenance despite its obvious age. "Maya," Julian acknowledged, her name emerging with effort. She had found him 3 weeks earlier, huddled in the basement of an abandoned office building, caught in the terrifying limbo between feral mindlessness and returning consciousness. Instead of dispatching him as most wasteland survivors would have done with a ghoul, she had recognized the signs of cognitive recovery and made the extraordinary decision to assist rather than eliminate. Maya approached with the careful movements she always used around him, not from fear but from understanding that sudden actions could trigger stress responses in his still healing psyche. "Thought I'd find you here," she said, her tone conversational rather than condescending. "You mentioned this address yesterday when you were sorting through your memories." Julian nodded, the motion more fluid than it would have been even days earlier. "I lived here. Before." The qualifier encompassed the immense division between his current existence and the pre-war life that radiation had stolen from him. "With my wife, Eleanor, and our daughter, Sophie." Speaking their names aloud sent another ripple of emotion through his damaged form, a complex blend of grief, longing, and the faintest trace of gratitude for remembering it all. "Do you want to go inside?" Maya asked gently. "We don't have to if it feels like too much." Julian considered her question, balancing the potential emotional impact against the pull of identity recovery that had guided his journey to this point. "I need to," he said finally. "There might be pieces of me still there." Together they approached the weathered front door, hanging precariously from a single hinge. The interior revealed itself gradually as they entered, a living room with the scattered remains of furniture, a kitchen where rusted appliances stood as monuments to domestic convenience long lost, hallways leading to rooms whose purposes might still be discernible among the debris of centuries. Julian moved with increasing purpose as recollection guided his steps, his deteriorated hand trailing along a wall where faded rectangles marked the locations of picture frames long since fallen or taken by scavengers. In his mind, those empty spaces filled with images: Eleanor laughing at the beach, Sophie on her first bicycle, family holidays preserved in Kodak color. The dissonance between memory's vibrance and current desolation created an ache that transcended physical pain, yet he welcomed it as confirmation of his returning humanity. "This was Sophie's room," he said, pausing in a doorway that opened to a small bedroom. Remarkably, remnants of pink paint still clung to portions of the wall, and the rusted frame of what had been a child's bed remained positioned beneath a window now open to the Commonwealth sky. She was 7 when it happened. Maya remained respectfully silent, allowing Julian to navigate both the physical space and emotional landscape at his own pace. She had learned during their weeks together that his recovery followed its own rhythm, with periods of remarkable lucidity interrupted by confused retreats into simpler mental processes. Patience had proven more valuable than intervention. Julian approached a fallen bookshelf in the corner, kneeling with difficulty to examine the debris scattered beneath it. His movements took on new urgency as he carefully shifted pieces of rotted wood and crumbled plaster, searching for something memory told him might have survived. When his weathered fingers finally closed around a small object, a sound escaped him that might have been a sob in a throat less damaged by radiation. "Her favorite," he whispered, holding up a small metal toy. A robotic horse that had somehow endured where more organic treasures had long since returned to dust. The paint had mostly flaked away, and one leg was missing, but its essential form remained recognizable, a tangible connection to the child whose fate Julian's returning memory had yet to reveal. Maya approached slowly, crouching nearby to examine the discovery. "It's remarkable it survived," she observed, her tone gently encouraging. "Must have been well met." "Silver Gallop," Julian said, the name emerging from memory's depths. "From the Limited Robotics Junior collection. I stood in line for 3 hours to get it for her birthday." He turned the small toy carefully, in hands that trembled with emotion rather than neural deterioration. She carried it everywhere, called it her robot pony, and made up stories about its adventures. As he spoke, the quality of Julian's voice shifted subtly, gaining structure and confidence. These concrete memories seemed to strengthen his tenuous grip on coherent identity, providing anchoring points around which his fragmented self could continue reassembling. Maya had observed this phenomenon repeatedly during their time together, specific recollections serving as cognitive bridges between his feral past and emerging personhood. They continued moving through the house, each room offering its own collision between remembered wholeness and present decay. The main bedroom, where Julian and Eleanor had slept, now lay exposed to the elements. Half the ceiling collapsed to create an inadvertent skylight. The bathroom retained its basic fixtures, the porcelain stained and cracked but recognizable. The kitchen's linoleum floor had curled and disintegrated in places, revealing subflooring beneath that harbored the occasional radroach, quickly retreating from their presence. Throughout this exploration, Julian's movements became increasingly fluid, his posture straightening as memory reinforced identity. The profound physical deterioration of ghoulification remained. Nothing could restore his radiation-ravaged flesh, but the way he inhabited that damaged form evolved with each reclaimed fragment of his former self. Maya observed these changes with quiet satisfaction, her decision to help this particular ghoul validated by each sign of returning humanity. In what had once been a home office, Julian discovered a metal lockbox, partially protected from the elements by fallen ceiling beams. With trembling fingers, he manipulated the simple latch, revealing contents preserved from both time and scavengers. Inside lay documents, their edges yellowed and fragile, but text still legible, and several personal items wrapped in deteriorating cloth. "My service record," Julian said with wonder, carefully lifting military documents that confirmed his identity more concretely than memory alone could provide. "United States Army, 108th Engineering Battalion. I was on leave when the bombs fell." As he spoke, his clouded eyes studied the military ID card with its photograph of a young man in uniform. No trace of ghoulification yet visible, eyes clear and posture confident. The cognitive dissonance between that image and his current state momentarily overwhelmed him, causing him to sway slightly where he crouched. Maya moved closer, not touching but providing the steadying presence she had learned Julian sometimes needed when memories became too intense. "You were an engineer," she observed, focusing on the factual aspects that might help him process the emotional impact. That explains your technical observations when we passed that water purification system yesterday. Julian nodded, grateful for the redirected focus. Civil engineering specialization. Infrastructure was my particular interest. Roads, bridges, water systems. He carefully set aside the documents and unwrapped one of the cloth-covered objects, revealing a tarnished but intact wristwatch. Anniversary gift from Eleanor. She had it engraved. He turned the watch over, revealing letters still visible despite centuries of oxidation. Time is precious, but not as precious as you. Love, E. The sentiment across centuries created a momentary silence between them. The simple expression of affection providing a poignant connection to the human relationships obliterated by nuclear devastation. Julian carefully secured the watch around his withered wrist, the band requiring adjustment to accommodate his reduced flesh. The timepiece no longer functioned, its mechanisms long since surrendered to entropy, yet it served a purpose beyond timekeeping, another tangible link between his former identity and current existence. As they continued exploring, the house gradually yielded its secrets, small treasures overlooked by generations of scavengers more interested in practical salvage than personal mementos. A ceramic coffee mug with "World's Best Dad" still faintly visible on its surface. A metal letter opener bearing the logo of Julian's pre-war employer. A hairbrush with a few strands of long blonde hair that he identified as Eleanor's, carefully preserved in the lockbox alongside more pragmatic documents. Each discovery strengthened Julian's tenuous hold on coherent identity, providing concrete validation for memories that sometimes felt more like dreams than lived experience. Maya observed this progression with the quiet attention that characterized her interaction with him, noting improvements in his speech patterns, movement coordination, and emotional regulation as the exploration continued. "Should we rest a while?" she suggested eventually, noting signs of fatigue in his posture. "There's a relatively intact sofa in what was the living room." Julian agreed with a nod, his energy noticeably diminished after hours of physical and emotional exertion. Ghoulification had provided him with remarkable endurance in some respects. He required less food and water than human survivors, and certain types of physical injury affected him minimally. But cognitive restoration demanded resources his damaged system struggled to provide consistently. They settled in the living room, Julian carefully lowering himself onto the weathered sofa while Maya prepared a small meal from her pack, preserved foods and purified water that she willingly shared despite the wasteland's scarcity mentality. She had learned that while Julian could survive with minimal sustenance, regular nutrition seemed to support his cognitive recovery, particularly during periods of intensive memory integration. "Thank you," Julian said after accepting a portion with hands that trembled less than they had that morning. "Not just for the food. For everything. Most people would have put me down without hesitation. A feral ghoul beginning to think again isn't exactly a common occurrence." Maya's expression suggested this observation warranted no particular acknowledgement. "Seems to me the wasteland has enough killing without adding to it unnecessarily," she said simply. "Besides, you're hardly the strangest traveling companion I've had. Spent 3 weeks last year moving with a caravan that included a Mr. Handy robot, convinced it was still serving breakfast to a family that had been gone for 2 centuries. At least your confusion makes sense." This matter-of-fact comparison startled a sound from Julian that might have been laughter, rusty and unpracticed, emerging from vocal cords that had produced only feral growls for decades, yet unmistakably human in its expression of genuine amusement. The sound seemed to surprise him as much as Maya, his weathered hand rising to touch his throat, as if to confirm the source of such unexpected humanity. "First time I've heard you laugh," Maya observed quietly. Sounds good. Julian nodded, the simple movement conveying complex emotion. Feels strange, like finding a room in your house you forgot existed. He gazed around the deteriorated living room, where remnants of his pre-war life lay scattered among debris accumulated over centuries. Though I suppose that's exactly what today has been. As they rested, the quality of light changed gradually, afternoon sun shifting to cast longer shadows through the house's broken windows and collapsed sections. The altered illumination transformed the space subtly, highlighting different aspects of what remained and creating new patterns across weathered surfaces. Julian watched these changes with evident fascination, his clouded eyes tracking the interplay of light and shadow with an artist's appreciation. Eleanor loved this time of day, he said suddenly, the memory emerging fully formed. Called it the golden hour. She was a photographer, not professionally but seriously enough. Always said late afternoon light made everything look like it was remembering something beautiful. His voice carried wonder at the specificity of this recollection, another piece fitting into the gradually assembling puzzle of his identity. Maya nodded encouragement, having learned that memories often triggered additional connections when given space to unfold naturally. "Did she take many pictures here?" she asked, the question offering direction without pressure. "Hundreds," Julian replied, gesturing toward empty spaces on the walls where frames had presumably hung. Our life together documented in careful composition. She believed memories needed anchoring in physical form. A soft, rasping sound that might have been a sigh escaped him. Ironic now. The photos are gone, but fragments of memory remain despite everything radiation did to my brain. This philosophical observation demonstrated cognitive functioning well beyond what might be expected from someone so recently emerged from feral mindlessness. Maya recognized such moments as confirmation that Julian's recovery, while incomplete and non-linear, represented something extraordinary in the wasteland's typical pattern. Most ghouls remained forever in whatever state radiation had left them. Those fortunate enough to retain their faculties continued functioning with their personalities intact, while those who succumbed to the feral state never returned to conscious thought. As evening approached, they secured the house as best they could, barricading the most accessible entrances against nocturnal wasteland predators while ensuring alternative exits remained available if needed. Such precautions were second nature to Maya, and increasingly remembered by Julian, whose military training occasionally emerged in his approach to tactical situations, another aspect of his former self gradually reintegrating. They established a small camp in what had been the living room, positioning themselves to maintain visibility of primary access points while benefiting from remaining structural protection. Maya produced a modest lantern that cast just enough illumination for safety, without attracting undue attention from outside. Its gentle glow created an almost domestic atmosphere within the ruined house, a temporary island of intentional calm amid the wasteland's perpetual chaos. "Will you tell me what happened?" Maya asked, as they settled into this makeshift sanctuary. "The day the bombs fell, I mean, if it's not too difficult to discuss." Julian was silent for a long moment, his deteriorated features difficult to read in the lantern's subdued light. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a measured quality, as if carefully navigating treacherous emotional terrain. "I was home on leave," he began. 2 weeks between assignments. We'd planned a camping trip, just the three of us. Had the car packed that morning. His weathered hand gestured vaguely toward what would have been the driveway beyond the house's remaining walls. Eleanor was inside, gathering last-minute items. Sophie was in the backyard with her robot pony, making up one final adventure before we left. He paused, clouded eyes focusing on something beyond the present moment. The emergency broadcast interrupted regular programming. At first we thought it was a test or false alarm. There had been increasing tensions, but no one really believed it would happen. A tremor passed through his damaged form. I called Sophie inside. Eleanor and I were discussing whether to continue with our trip or stay home when we saw the flash on the horizon. Maya remained respectfully silent, allowing Julian to navigate this most difficult memory at his own pace. His voice, when he continued, had gained a distant quality, as if part of him had retreated from the full emotional impact of recollection. I remember grabbing Sophie, all three of us rushing to the basement. We had a shelter of sorts, not a proper fallout bunker, but an area I'd reinforced after government pamphlets advised basic preparations. We made it down the stairs just as the shockwave hit. His deteriorated fingers pressed against the weathered sofa beneath them, anchoring himself in present reality as memory threatened to become overwhelming. The house shook, dust everywhere. Sophie was crying. Eleanor holding her, singing softly to calm her. Julian's voice faltered. We had supplies for maybe 2 weeks. Thought help would come before then. He fell silent again, longer this time. When he finally continued, his tone had shifted, becoming more clinical, almost detached. Radiation poisoning manifests gradually. Eleanor showed symptoms first: nausea, hair loss, weakness. Sophie soon after. I lasted longer for some reason. Perhaps military inoculations provided some temporary resistance. Maya watched his damaged face intently, noting how his features seemed to collapse inward with remembered grief. "You don't have to continue," she offered gently. Julian shook his head, the motion barely visible in the lantern's light. "It helps to say it aloud, makes it real instead of nightmare fragments." He drew what might have been a steadying breath. They died within weeks of each other. I buried them in the backyard. The radiation levels were dangerous, but I couldn't leave them in the basement. There was an old oak tree Sophie loved to climb. I placed them beneath it. The simple statement contained centuries of sorrow, delivered with the peculiar calm that sometimes follows grief so profound it transcends ordinary emotional expression. Maya reached across the space between them, her hand coming to rest lightly on Julian's weathered arm, the first direct contact she had initiated since finding him. The gesture conveyed recognition of his pain, without presuming it could be ameliorated. For that, Julian continued after a moment. My memories become less coherent. Radiation was transforming me, though I didn't understand the process then. No one did. I remember leaving the house, wandering, searching for help that didn't exist. Eventually I lost myself. Consciousness remained, but identity, memory, higher functions, all gradually submerged beneath feral instinct. He looked down at Maya's hand, still resting gently on his deteriorated arm. "Until 3 weeks ago, when you found me. Something about your voice when you spoke to me instead of shooting. It reached whatever remained beneath the ferality. Started a process I still don't fully understand." Maya withdrew her hand slowly. "My grandmother used to say consciousness is like water. It finds paths we can't always see. Maybe part of you was always looking for a way back." This poetic observation hung in the lantern light between them, offering an interpretation of Julian's extraordinary recovery that acknowledged both its rarity and its profound significance. Whatever combination of factors had allowed his return from feral mindlessness represented hope in a world that typically offered little. The possibility that what appeared irrevocably lost might sometimes find its way home. As night settled more firmly around the ruined house, their conversation continued in gentler directions. Julian sharing recovered memories of happier times in this house, Maya offering carefully selected stories from her own wasteland experiences. The exchange created a normalcy that defied their surroundings. Two conscious beings finding connection despite the extraordinary circumstances that had brought them together. Eventually, Julian's energy began to wane, cognitive fatigue evident in his increasingly halting speech and difficulty maintaining focus. Maya recognized these signs from previous days, understanding that his recovering mind required regular periods of rest to process and integrate the returning fragments of identity. "We should sleep," she suggested pragmatically. "Tomorrow we can continue exploring if you wish, or move on to another location. No need to decide now." Julian nodded grateful agreement, carefully arranging his deteriorated form in a position that accommodated the physical realities of his condition while permitting necessary vigilance. Maya established her own resting place nearby, close enough to respond if needed, but allowing appropriate separation, a balance they had negotiated through trial and error during their weeks together. As the lantern's light was reduced to its lowest setting, casting just enough illumination to mitigate the absolute darkness that might trigger feral regression, Julian's voice emerged softly from the shadows. "I keep wondering why," he said, the words barely above a whisper. "Why I survived when they didn't. Why radiation transformed me instead of simply killing me like it did Eleanor and Sophie. Why consciousness returned after so many decades of ferality. There's no logic to any of it." Maya was silent for a moment, considering his profound questions. "Perhaps meaning doesn't always reveal itself immediately," she offered finally. "Your understanding of engineering taught you that structural integrity can be tested over very long periods. Maybe some forms of human integrity operate similarly." This thoughtful response created another quiet moment between them, filled with the gentle sounds of the wasteland night filtering through the ruined house, distant rustling of nocturnal creatures, the soft whisper of radiation-altered vegetation moving in the breeze, occasional far-off sounds that might have been other survivors navigating the perpetual challenges of Commonwealth existence. "Thank you," Julian said eventually, the simple words conveying complex gratitude beyond their literal meaning. Acknowledgement of Maya's presence, her assistance, her willingness to recognize humanity where others would have seen only monstrous transformation. For helping me find my way back. "We all need guides sometimes," Maya replied, her voice carrying the particular gentleness of someone young in years but old in understanding. "Rest now. Tomorrow brings its own possibilities." As Julian surrendered to necessary sleep, his consciousness once again temporarily dimming but no longer threatened by feral regression, his final thoughts dwelled not on the enormity of all he had lost, but on the extraordinary fact of reclamation, how identity, once shattered by radiation's transformative power, might gradually reassemble itself, fragment by precious fragment, into something that honored what had been, while acknowledging what now existed. In the quiet sanctuary Maya had helped create, surrounded by physical remnants of his pre-war existence, and newly recovered memories that radiation had temporarily stolen but not permanently destroyed, Julian's damaged form finally relaxed into true rest. His breathing settled into the distinctive rhythm of Ghoul physiology, different from human patterns but serving the same essential purpose, maintaining life however transformed against the wasteland's constant entropy. Outside, the Commonwealth night deepened, stars emerging in patterns unchanged by the nuclear devastation that had so thoroughly altered the world beneath them. Somewhere in the distance, a lone radstag moved carefully through abandoned streets, its dual heads alert for predators as it sought radiation-resistant vegetation among the ruins. Life, adapted and persistent, continued its determined cycles despite humanity's apocalyptic errors. While Julian and Maya rested in the sanctuary of shared understanding and recovered memory, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another expression of Ghoul resilience was taking form. Beneath a broken highway overpass, a small group of radiation-transformed musicians carefully tuned salvaged instruments as they prepared for a twilight performance. Their withered hands moved with surprising dexterity across strings and keys, creating harmonies that bridged the divide between the world that had been lost and the one struggling to emerge from nuclear devastation. As wasteland travelers began gathering in the deepening dusk, drawn by the rare promise of music amidst the silence of apocalypse, these Ghoul performers prepared to demonstrate how art might survive even the most profound transformation. Join us next time for Concert at the Underpass. Twilight descended upon the Commonwealth with gentle gradients of amber and violet, the fading sun casting long shadows across a landscape forever altered by nuclear devastation. As darkness gathered between crumbling buildings and along broken roadways, an unusual sound drifted through the evening air. Faint, almost spectral, yet unmistakably musical. Notes from an instrument played with deliberate care floated above the ambient sounds of the wasteland, creating a beacon of cultural memory amid the ruins of civilization. The source of this unexpected melody was a massive highway overpass that had partially collapsed during either the initial bombing or the centuries of neglect that followed. What remained formed a concrete canopy, its support columns still standing firm despite the apocalyptic forces that had reshaped the world around them. The space beneath this architectural remnant had been transformed through careful effort into something remarkable, a performance venue unlike any other in the Commonwealth. Salvaged fabric hung between support columns, reducing wind and creating subtle acoustic improvements. Mismatched chairs and benches had been arranged in rough semicircles facing a slightly elevated platform constructed from shipping pallets and highway debris. Lanterns of various designs hung from exposed rebar or stood on makeshift stands, their flames enclosed in salvaged glass that cast warm, flickering light throughout the sheltered area. Most striking were the figures moving with purpose across this improvised stage. 5 ghouls, their radiation-transformed bodies bearing the distinctive weathering and deterioration of centuries of exposure, prepared for the evening's performance with the focused dedication of artists committed to their craft, regardless of circumstance. Their movements displayed the particular grace that sometimes developed in those who had survived for centuries, a fluidity born of extended experience, navigating their transformed physiology. At the center of the group stood Elias, his tall, lean frame bent slightly as he tuned a remarkably intact violin. Despite his ghoulified appearance, skin textured like ancient parchment, patches missing to reveal glimpsed muscle beneath, eyes clouded to milky translucence, his long fingers moved with extraordinary precision across the instrument's strings and tuning pegs. Each adjustment was tested with a carefully drawn bow, the resulting tone evaluated with the critical ear of someone who had been practicing this art since before the bombs fell. "Better," he murmured, the word emerging with the distinctive rasp characteristic of Ghoul vocal cords. The humidity affects the strings differently than yesterday. Need to compensate. Nearby, Marla adjusted the positioning of a cello between her knees, her weathered hands caressing its curved surface with familiarity born of countless performances. Like all the instruments in their small orchestra, it showed signs of careful repair and maintenance. Replaced strings fashioned from materials available in the post-war world, patches on its wooden body where damage had been meticulously addressed. a replacement bow constructed with resourcefulness that would have impressed pre-war luthiers. "The crowd is larger tonight," observed Samuel, the oldest of their group, as he assembled what had once been a clarinet, now modified with replacement parts that gave it a distinctive hybrid quality. His eyes, more deteriorated than those of his companions, nonetheless registered the gathering shadows of people beginning to assemble beyond the illuminated performance area. "Word must be spreading." "Good," replied Diana, her ghoulified features shifting into what was recognizable as a smile, despite her radiation-transformed visage. Her instrument was perhaps the most remarkable, a piano salvaged from a music store and transported here through extraordinary effort, its missing keys replaced with carved bone, and its internal mechanisms maintained through ingenious adaptations, more ears to remember what music was, what it can still be. The fifth member of their ensemble, Marcus, nodded agreement as he carefully positioned a makeshift drum set, constructed from salvaged military containers, cooking pots, and a single actual snare drum that had somehow survived both nuclear devastation and the scavenging that followed. His ghoulified hands held drumsticks, wrapped with fabric to soften their impact, allowing the dynamic control essential for accompanying the stringed instruments without overwhelming them in the resonant space beneath the overpass. As they completed their preparations, more figures emerged from the gathering darkness. Wasteland travelers and settlers from nearby communities, drawn by word of this extraordinary cultural phenomenon. They approached with the cautious curiosity typical of Commonwealth survival, weapons visible but not brandished, postures alert yet not aggressive. Upon reaching the illuminated area beneath the overpass, most displayed visible surprise at finding ghouls as performers rather than threats, a momentary widening of eyes or slight tensing of shoulders before recognition of their non-feral state registered. An older human woman with silver-streaked hair tied in a practical knot was the first to choose a seat, settling onto a bench near the front with the comfortable familiarity of a returning patron. "Evening, Elias," she called to the violinist. "Brought some new ears tonight." She gestured to the small group accompanying her, younger settlers, whose expressions registered curiosity mingled with the wariness born of wasteland survival. "Welcome back, Constance," Elias replied, his weathered features forming a warm expression despite the limitations of his ghoulified musculature. "Always appreciate dedicated listeners." He nodded acknowledgement to her companions, his manner conveying both dignity and gentle encouragement of their evident uncertainty. More attendees filtered into the space as twilight deepened into evening, creating an audience of perhaps 20 individuals. A remarkable gathering in a world where isolation often represented the safer choice. They settled onto the mismatched seating with a gradual relaxation of vigilance, weapons remaining accessible but attention shifting toward the stage rather than potential threats. Conversations emerged in hushed tones, creating a gentle murmur beneath the occasional notes of instruments being final-tuned. What made this gathering particularly noteworthy was its composition. Humans and ghouls sitting in shared appreciation of something beyond mere survival, their typical wasteland wariness temporarily suspended in anticipation of cultural experience. Several non-feral ghouls had joined the audience, their weathered forms settling carefully onto reinforced chairs, acknowledging the performers with the particular respect of those who shared similar radiation-transformed existence. As the appointed hour arrived, marked by Diana consulting a surprisingly functional pocket watch, Elias moved to the center of their makeshift stage. He surveyed the gathered audience with clouded eyes that somehow still conveyed warmth and appreciation for their presence. "Welcome, friends and travelers," he began, his raspy voice projecting with practiced clarity. We are the resonant few, keepers of melodies that outlasted atomic fire. The formal introduction carried gentle dignity, establishing the performance as something intentional and significant rather than mere entertainment. Tonight we offer selections that span the world that was and the world that remains. Music as a bridge across nuclear devastation. With these simple words, he raised his violin to position, the other musicians likewise preparing their instruments. A moment of anticipatory silence settled over the gathering before Elias drew his bow across strings with deliberate care, producing a sustained note of remarkable purity. Diana's fingers found corresponding keys on her salvaged piano, adding harmonic foundation with chords that resonated beneath the concrete canopy. Mahler's cello joined with deeper tones that seemed to vibrate through the very ground, while Samuel's clarinet wove a complementary melody above. Marcus entered last, his adapted drums providing subtle rhythmic structure that unified the separate elements. The piece began slowly, each instrument finding its space within the composition, creating something that honored classical structure while acknowledging the altered acoustics of their unconventional venue. Those in the audience with pre-war knowledge might have recognized elements of Pachelbel's canon, though adapted and modified through centuries of oral tradition and the necessities of their salvaged instruments. For those born after the bombs, with no cultural reference for orchestral music, the experience was something entirely new. Organized sound that transcended the utilitarian noises of wasteland survival. As the composition progressed, a remarkable transformation overtook the gathering. Shoulders previously held tense with perpetual vigilance gradually relaxed. Expressions of wariness softened into something approaching tranquility. Hands that had been resting near weapons now lay open on laps or clasped together in appreciation. The music created a temporary sanctuary within the harshness of Commonwealth existence, not through physical barriers but through shared cultural experience that connected listeners to both the world that had been lost and possibilities for what might yet emerge. Most striking was the impact on the Ghoul musicians themselves. As they performed, the particular stigma of their condition seemed temporarily lifted. Observers did not see radiation-ravaged flesh or milky eyes, but rather the extraordinary dexterity of Elias' fingers moving across violin strings, the passionate sway of Mahler's body as she drew her bow across her cello, the focused concentration in Diana's posture as she coaxed melody from her reconstructed piano. Their ghoulification became secondary to their artistry, creating moments of connection that transcended physical transformation. The first composition concluded with gentle diminuendo, notes gradually fading rather than ending abruptly, allowing the experience to settle into the collective consciousness of those gathered. A moment of complete silence followed, not the ominous quiet of wasteland danger, but the respectful stillness of genuine appreciation. Then came applause, tentative at first from those unused to such cultural rituals, growing more confident as the practice spread through the assembled listeners. Elias acknowledged this response with a dignified nod, his deteriorated features arranged in what was clearly a smile despite the limitations of ghoulified musculature. "Music remembers what we sometimes forget," he observed, his raspy voice carrying through the attentive silence that followed applause. "That beauty persists when we make space for it." This philosophical observation hung in the air beneath the concrete canopy, offering perspective beyond mere entertainment. The Ghoul musicians had created something that transcended the daily struggle for resources and security. A reminder that human expression could survive even nuclear annihilation and radiation's transformative effects. Their performance represented continuity amid devastation, cultural preservation as deliberate as any efforts to maintain physical infrastructure or agricultural knowledge. As they prepared for their second piece, a disturbance at the periphery of the gathering momentarily drew attention away from the stage. 3 figures had emerged from the darkness beyond the lantern light, their movements carrying the furtive quality that experienced wasteland survivors immediately recognized as potentially threatening. Unlike the other attendees, these newcomers wore mismatched armor adorned with crude symbols and trophies suggesting raider affiliation. Those who took rather than traded, who viewed others primarily as resources to be exploited. The atmosphere beneath the overpass shifted perceptibly. Conversations ceased, postures stiffened, hands moved subtly toward concealed weapons. The momentary sanctuary created by music threatened to dissolve back into wasteland wariness. Even the musicians paused in their preparations, centuries of survival experience informing their assessment of potential danger. Before tension could escalate further, Constance, the silver-hailed woman who had arrived first, rose from her seat with calm deliberation. Her weathered hand rested not on a weapon but on the walking stick beside her bench, a practical aid that somehow conveyed authority rather than vulnerability. She approached the newcomers with measured steps, her expression neither hostile nor fearful, but evaluative. "This is a place of music," she said, her voice carrying quiet certainty. "Those who come here set aside threats and weapons for the duration. You're welcome to stay and listen under these terms." The 3 raiders exchanged glances, clearly unprepared for this matter-of-fact confrontation from an unarmed elderly woman. Their initial predatory assessment visibly shifted as they registered additional details. The mixed gathering of humans and ghouls, prepared to defend the shared experience. The unusual setting purposefully maintained for something beyond survival. The evident community that had formed around this cultural outpost. After a moment's consideration, the apparent leader of the small group gave a curt nod. "Heard there was music," he said, his voice carrying the defensive gruffness typical of those accustomed to hostility. "Wanted to see if it was real." It was as close to explanation or apology as raiders typically offered. Constance studied them a moment longer before nodding acceptance. "Last row has space," she said, gesturing toward empty seats at the gathering's edge. "Respect the performance. You'll find respect in return." This simple negotiation exemplified the extraordinary nature of the concert space. Not merely a location for music, but a temporary zone where Commonwealth antagonisms were briefly suspended in favor of shared appreciation. As the raiders settled awkwardly into indicated seats, weapons still visible but postures markedly less aggressive, the tension throughout the gathering gradually dissipated. Conversations resumed, attention returned to the stage, where the Ghoul musicians had watched this interaction with the patient perspective of those who had witnessed centuries of human conflict and reconciliation. Elias exchanged glances with his fellow performers, a silent communication born of long association. After receiving confirming nods from each, he addressed the reassembled audience with unchanged dignity. "Music builds bridges when walls would be easier," he observed, the statement acknowledging what had just transpired without directly referencing it. "Our next piece speaks to that possibility." With these words, Diana began a gentle introduction on her salvaged piano, keys moving beneath her ghoulified fingers with delicate precision. The melody she established carried hints of pre-war blues traditions, adapted through centuries of wasteland interpretation. Mahler's cello joined with complementary phrases that seemed to answer the piano's questions with its deeper voice. Samuel's clarinet added textures above, while Marcus provided subtle percussive elements that united the separate voices without overwhelming them. Elias waited through this introduction, violin poised but silent, allowing his companions to establish the musical foundation. When he finally entered, his contribution carried a quality that transcended mere technical proficiency, a soulfulness that seemed to give voice to experiences beyond words. His deteriorated features took on an expression of complete absorption in the music, clouded eyes closing as fingers found positions on strings with unerring accuracy, born of centuries of practice. The composition built gradually, each instrument adding layers to a structure that honored blues and jazz traditions while incorporating elements unique to their particular ensemble and context. Observant listeners might have recognized fragments of melodies from the world before the bombs, preserved through oral tradition and collective memory, despite the devastation of written records. Others would simply experience the emotional resonance created by skilled musicians communicating through organized sound rather than words. Throughout the piece, subtle changes unfolded among the gathered listeners. The raiders, who had arrived with confrontational energy, gradually relaxed into genuine attention, their initial performative disinterest giving way to unconscious responses, a foot-tapping rhythm, a head nodding with the musical phrases. Settlers from neighboring communities who typically maintained cautious separation found themselves sharing appreciative glances or whispered observations about particularly moving passages. Ghouls in the audience watched their performing counterparts with expressions suggesting both pride and nostalgia, witnessing cultural continuity despite radiation's physical transformations. Most remarkable was the temporary community forming beneath the concrete canopy. Disparate individuals from across Commonwealth existence finding common experience through music. In a world where differences often represented danger, these moments of shared appreciation created connections that transcended physical appearance, origin stories, or survival strategies. For the duration of each composition, what united those gathered outweighed what separated them, a rare achievement in post-nuclear society. When the piece concluded, applause came more readily than before, accompanied by expressions of genuine appreciation, nodding heads, murmured praise, even a few vocalized responses that might have been considered cheering in this restrained context. The Ghoul musicians acknowledged this reception with dignified satisfaction, their weathered features displaying the particular warmth possible, even through radiation-transformed physiognomy. "We'll take a brief interlude," Elias announced, "to rest our instruments and ourselves. Please remain seated if you wish to hear more music afterward." This scheduled pause demonstrated the thoughtful planning behind what might have appeared spontaneous to casual observation, consideration for both performers and audience, creating sustainable pacing rather than exhausting either the musicians or their listeners' attention. As the performers set aside their instruments and moved toward the edge of the makeshift stage, the audience relaxed into conversation and movement. Some stretched legs grown stiff from attentive sitting, others shared impressions of the music with companions or neighboring listeners. Several approached a small table where containers of purified water had been provided, a hospitable gesture remarkable in a world where such resources represented significant value. During this interlude, Elias moved among the attendees with the comfortable familiarity of a host long practiced in creating welcoming environments. Despite his ghoulified appearance, something that would typically create distance or wariness in human settlements, he engaged individuals directly, thanking them for attending, inquiring about their journeys to reach the concert, occasionally responding to questions about the music or instruments with patience born of centuries, instructing new listeners. "How long have you been performing here?" asked one of the younger settlers who had arrived with Constance, curiosity apparently overcoming ingrained caution about direct interaction with ghouls. Elias considered the question with the particular thoughtfulness of someone whose memory spanned periods others could only imagine. "In this specific location, "Perhaps 23 years," he replied. "We discovered the acoustic properties of this overpass quite by accident, while seeking shelter during a radiation storm. Before that, we performed in various settlements when permitted, though such opportunities were inconsistent." This measured understatement hinted at the prejudice often faced by ghouls, even when demonstrably non-feral. The suspicion and exclusion that had likely limited their access to human communities despite their cultural offerings. That they had established this independent performance venue rather than abandoning their art spoke to remarkable persistence across adversity spanning centuries. "And you all knew each other before," the young settler continued, gesturing to include the other ghoul musicians now engaging with various audience members. "Before the bombs, I mean." A subtle shift in Elias's deteriorated features suggested complex emotions behind his measured response. "Diana and I were colleagues at the Boston Philharmonic. Marla was one of my students at the conservatory. Remarkably talented even then. Samuel and Marcus we encountered in the early decades after the war, when finding others who remembered musical tradition became our particular quest." He paused, clouded eyes focusing on some distant memory. "Not all who began this journey with us remained. Ghoulification affects minds differently over centuries. This acknowledgement of their losses, companions presumably lost to the feral state that claimed many radiation-transformed humans, added poignant dimension to their continued performance. Each composition represented not merely artistic expression, but deliberate preservation of cultural knowledge that might otherwise have been lost entirely to nuclear devastation and its aftermath." As the interlude approached its conclusion, Diana returned to her salvaged piano, fingers moving over the keys in gentle scales that served both to refocus attention and prepare the instrument for continued use. The other musicians likewise returned to their positions, each performing brief preparatory exercises specific to their instruments. Marla drawing her bow across open strings, Samuel assembling his clarinet with fresh reed, Marcus adjusting the tension of his makeshift drums. The audience recognized these signals, conversations gradually subsiding as people returned to their seats with notable lack of prompting. Even the raiders who had arrived with disruptive potential now settled into attentive postures, their initial skepticism apparently transformed by exposure to something entirely outside their typical wasteland experience. As Elias raised his violin once more, a disturbance from beyond the illuminated area momentarily diverted attention. Growls and scuffling sounds suggesting wildlife approaching the gathering. Several attendees tensed, hands moving instinctively toward weapons. The specific pitch and rhythm of the sounds identified the intruders as wild dogs, likely drawn by the unusual concentration of humans and the associated sense of food and potential scavenging. Before anyone could respond more directly, Marcus set aside his drumsticks and moved with surprising swiftness to the edge of the performance area. From a container positioned discreetly nearby, he retrieved several objects that became recognizable as bones, with small amounts of meat still attached. Deliberate preparations for exactly this contingency. With practiced movements, he tossed these offerings in a wide arc away from the gathering, the trajectory carrying them well beyond the illuminated area. The scuffling sounds redirected, following the scent of the more accessible food rather than challenging the assembled humans and ghouls. Marcus returned to his position with the unruffled demeanor of someone who had addressed similar situations countless times, accepting approving nods from his fellow musicians as he retrieved his drumsticks and resumed his position behind the makeshift drum set. This small incident demonstrated another dimension of the ghoul musicians' extraordinary adaptation, not merely preserving their art through nuclear apocalypse, but developing practical strategies for maintaining performance conditions in a world where such cultural gatherings remained vulnerable to wasteland realities. Their centuries of experience had created protocols for addressing potential disruptions without resorting to violence or abandoning their artistic purpose. With the disturbance averted through this thoughtful intervention, Elias addressed the reassembled audience. Our final selection this evening draws from traditions that predicted their own ending, yet continued nonetheless. Music that speaks of loss while creating something new from its acknowledgement. This introduction carried philosophical weight beyond mere performance announcement, framing the coming composition within larger contexts of cultural persistence through devastation. What followed was their most complex offering, a piece that began with Samuel's clarinet, producing a mournful melody that seemed to emerge from wilderness itself, notes bending in ways that suggested wasteland winds across broken architecture. Diana's piano entered with chords that provided harmonic structure, while maintaining the composition's melancholy quality. Mahler's cello added depth with phrases that sometimes paralleled the clarinet's melody, sometimes offered counterpoint that created productive tension. When Elias finally joined with his violin, the interaction between instruments grew more intricate. Melodic fragments passing between performers in conversation-like exchanges, rhythmic patterns establishing then dissolving into new formations, dynamic levels rising toward emotional peaks before subsiding into contemplative valleys. Marcus's percussion remained subtle throughout, his ghoulified hands demonstrating remarkable sensitivity in supporting the composition's complex emotional journey without dominating it. The audience responded with increasing engagement as the piece developed, expressions reflecting the music's emotional contours, postures unconsciously shifting with dynamic changes, occasional soft sounds of appreciation emerging during particularly affecting passages. Even the raiders who had arrived with disruptive potential now displayed genuine attention, their typical wasteland masks of indifference temporarily abandoned in the face of artistic experience far outside their normal encounters. Most remarkable was how the composition's structure itself seemed to parallel the larger Commonwealth experience. Periods of relative stability interrupted by unexpected developments. Harmonies that sometimes resolved predictably and other times took surprising directions. Moments of beauty emerging from apparent chaos before surrendering again to uncertainty. Whether intentional or intuitive, the Ghoul musicians had created something that spoke to post-nuclear existence while transcending its limitations. As the piece approached conclusion, each instrument gradually reduced its contribution, the clarinet's phrases growing shorter, the piano's chords more distantly spaced, the cello's resonance fading towards silence. The violin remained last, Elias drawing his bow across strings with increasing delicacy until a final note hung in the air beneath the concrete canopy, sustained then gradually surrendered to silence. The moment held perfect stillness, not the ominous quiet of wasteland danger, but the reverential hush of genuine cultural communion. When applause finally broke this silence, it carried an enthusiasm beyond mere politeness or convention. The gathered listeners responded with the particular appreciation of those who had experienced something rare and significant, a cultural offering that connected them to traditions largely lost, while simultaneously creating something unique to their post-nuclear context. Constance rose to her feet, initiating a standing ovation that spread quickly through the assembled humans and ghouls alike, unifying them in acknowledgement of what the performance had provided. Elias and his fellow musicians received this response with dignified gratitude, acknowledging the applause with slight bows that conveyed appreciation without presumption. Their weathered features displayed evident satisfaction, not merely at the technical success of their performance, but at having successfully transmitted cultural experience across the boundaries typically separating wasteland survivors. For these brief hours, they had been primarily musicians rather than ghouls, their radiation transformed status secondary to their artistic identity. "We thank you for your attention and presence," Elias addressed the audience as applause gradually subsided. Music requires listeners as much as performers, a truth unchanged despite all else that nuclear fire transformed. This observation carried gentle wisdom born of centuries living at the intersection of artistic practice and post-apocalyptic reality. We gather here beneath this concrete shelter on the third evening of each month. You are welcome to return and bring others who might value what cultural memory offers. With these words, the formal performance concluded, though the gathering itself dissolved more gradually. Many attendees approached the musicians directly, offering personal thanks or asking questions about instruments and compositions. Others formed small conversational groups, discussing their experiences or making arrangements to travel together when departing for various destinations across the Commonwealth. The atmosphere retained the particular warmth created by shared appreciation, temporarily suspending the wariness typical of wasteland interactions. Most striking were the interactions that crossed typically maintained boundaries, humans approaching ghoul musicians without typical hesitation, raiders engaging in conversation with settlers who would normally avoid such contact, individuals from different communities exchanging information and resources without the suspicious calculation that characterized most Commonwealth trade. The music had created temporary community where fragmentation typically prevailed, demonstrating possibilities beyond mere survival. As the gathering gradually dispersed into the Commonwealth night, Elias and his fellow musicians carefully packed their instruments into protective cases constructed from salvaged materials. Each movement displayed the particular care of those who recognized the value of what they preserved, not merely physical objects, but the cultural knowledge and practice they represented across centuries of post-nuclear existence. "It felt different tonight," observed Diana as she closed the lid of her salvaged piano, fingers lingering momentarily on keys that had transmitted so much emotion. "More connection than usual." Elias nodded, securing his violin in its case lined with fabric accumulated from various wasteland sources. The audience composition was noteworthy. Rarely have we gathered such diverse listeners in one space. "Even raiders," added Marcus, dismantling his makeshift drum set with practiced efficiency, though I kept extra attention on my sticks when they first arrived. This observation carried no judgment, merely pragmatic acknowledgement of wasteland realities. Samuel smiled as he carefully disassembled his clarinet, the expression distinct despite his ghoulified features. "Music reaches places weapons cannot, always has, even before the world burned." His clouded eyes held the particular distance of someone remembering across centuries. Perhaps especially after. Marla, the youngest among them despite her centuries of ghoulification, secured her cello in its heavily reinforced case. "I keep thinking about that young settler who asked about our beginnings. How surprised she seemed that we had histories before radiation changed us." She shook her head slightly, the motion carrying resigned understanding rather than bitterness. "Each generation needs reminding that ghouls were human first. Music helps them hear what appearances obscure." This philosophical observation hung in the air between them as they completed their post-performance rituals. Instruments secured, performance space returned to order, lanterns extinguished except those needed for final navigation. The concrete canopy above now sheltered only memories of the gathering, though these would persist in the consciousness of all who had participated, creating connections that might influence future interactions across Commonwealth divisions. As they prepared to depart, each musician carrying their instrument with the care appropriate to irreplaceable cultural artifacts, Elias paused for a final observation. 2 centuries after nuclear devastation, we continue, not merely existing but creating. There is meaning in that persistence beyond what radiation scarred or time diminished. His weathered hand gestured to encompass not just their small ensemble, but the broader implications of their continued practice. Perhaps that's what the music truly preserves. Not just melodies from the world before, but the possibility that creation outlasts destruction. With this thought bridging past and future, the Ghoul musicians moved into the Commonwealth darkness, their radiation-transformed bodies navigating familiar paths toward the secure location where they would shelter until next gathering. Despite their physical deterioration, each carried something profound. Cultural knowledge preserved through nuclear fire, artistic practice maintained across centuries of wasteland challenges, the demonstration that even after apocalypse, human expression could continue in forms that connected rather than divided. As they disappeared into the wasteland night, their extraordinary persistence represented hope beyond mere survival. The possibility that civilization might be reconstructed, not just through technological recovery or agricultural adaptation, but through the preservation and continuation of arts that reminded radiation-altered humanity of its shared cultural heritage and creative potential. Beneath the stars that remained unchanged despite the devastation below, the concrete overpass stood silent once more, awaiting the next gathering of performers and listeners who would temporarily transform it from mere architectural remnant to cultural sanctuary. In the stillness, echoes of music lingered, not physically, but in the memories of all who had experienced the remarkable offering of ghouls who had transformed centuries of radiation, altered existence into opportunity for cultural preservation and transmission. While the Ghoul musicians made their way through the darkness, instruments carefully protected against the wasteland's hazards, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another expression of long-term dedication was unfolding. In a remote garage built from salvaged materials, an elderly Ghoul mechanic labored by lantern light, his weathered hands moving with remarkable precision across the engine components of a pre-war vehicle he had spent decades gradually restoring. Each carefully preserved part and painstakingly fabricated replacement represented his personal stand against entropy, a 2-century commitment to reviving mechanical knowledge nearly lost to nuclear devastation. As he wiped grease from a manifold with a relatively clean cloth, his clouded eyes envisioned the impossible, a restored vehicle, once again moving under its own power across the broken Commonwealth roads. Join us next time for the Oath of Restoration. Golden light spilled across the Commonwealth wasteland as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows from the ruins of civilization and bathing the broken landscape in a warm glow that softened its harshest edges. The desert air shimmered with residual heat, creating wavering mirages above the cracked asphalt of ancient highways that stretched like tattered ribbons across the arid terrain. Dust devils danced between the skeletal remains of buildings that had once formed thriving communities, now merely landmarks in a world transformed by nuclear devastation. In this landscape of decay and abandonment stood an unexpected anomaly, a structure that showed signs of deliberate maintenance rather than entropy. What had once been a roadside garage had been reinforced and expanded over decades, its walls constructed from a patchwork of salvaged materials, ranging from original concrete blocks to sheet metal from countless vehicles to wooden panels that might once have formed parts of suburban homes. Despite this heterogeneous composition, the building displayed remarkable structural integrity, its design reflecting both careful engineering and patient implementation. Most distinctive was the massive sliding door facing what remained of the main road, constructed from lightweight alloys salvaged from aircraft wreckage and mounted on a track system that allowed it to move with surprising smoothness despite its size. Currently open to admit the late afternoon light, this entrance revealed a workspace unlike any typically found in the Commonwealth. A fully functional mechanical garage seemingly transported from the world before the bomb. Tools hung in orderly arrangements on wall-mounted boards, their surfaces showing evidence of regular use but also careful maintenance. Workbenches lined 2 walls, their wooden surfaces worn smooth by centuries of projects. Salvaged cabinets contained neatly organized parts, each drawer labeled with remarkably precise handwriting. The concrete floor, though stained with the inevitable marks of mechanical work, showed signs of regular cleaning, with clearly defined pathways between different work areas. At the center of this remarkably preserved space stood the object that gave the entire operation its purpose: the weathered shell of a pre-war automobile. Its once chromed surfaces had long since surrendered their luster to nuclear fallout and the passage of time, and its tires had disintegrated decades ago, leaving the chassis supported by carefully positioned jack stands. Yet despite its deteriorated appearance, the vehicle was clearly undergoing methodical restoration rather than cannibalization, each component either preserved or being systematically replaced with functioning alternatives. Moving around this mechanical patient with the focused attention of a surgeon was a figure whose appearance matched the vehicle's weathered condition. The Ghoul's radiation-transformed body bore the distinctive characteristics of centuries of exposure, skin textured like ancient leather, patches missing entirely to reveal glimpsed muscle beneath. Eyes clouded to milky translucence, yet still capable of remarkably precise observation. His movements displayed the careful deliberation of someone working with hard-earned expertise, each motion economical yet gentle, handling components with the reverence typically reserved for religious artifacts. Otto Huber, he had carried this name through his transformation from human to ghoul, one of the few possessions radiation had not stripped from him, carefully positioned himself beneath the vehicle's exposed undercarriage, a salvaged mechanic's creeper allowing him to slide into position despite joints stiffened by both radiation and age. His weathered hands moved with surprising dexterity across the transmission assembly, fingers testing connections and evaluating the integrity of recently refurbished components. Alignment's better now, he murmured to himself, his voice carrying the distinctive raspy quality characteristic of ghoul vocal cords, but clear in its analytical assessment. Another quarter turn on the mounting bracket should stabilize the connection completely. With deliberate care, he adjusted a wrench fashioned from pre-war tools modified to accommodate his slightly altered hand structure, applying precisely calculated torque to the fitting in question. The soft click of metal settling into proper position brought a smile to his deteriorated features, an expression of satisfaction transcending the limitations of his radiation-transformed musculature. As Otto continued his methodical work, the particular quality of light entering the garage shifted subtly, indicating the sun's continuing progress toward evening. Without interrupting his task, he reached with practiced familiarity to activate a lighting system he had assembled from salvaged components, a network of preserved incandescent bulbs, carefully rewired fluorescent fixtures, and his own ingenious adaptations using luminescent fungal material cultivated specifically for this purpose. The resulting illumination created a warm, comprehensive coverage that allowed detailed work to continue regardless of external light conditions. The Ghoul's relationship with time differed fundamentally from that of typical Commonwealth humans, where their perception of hours and days came freighted with the perpetual urgency of shortened lifespans in a hostile environment. Otto's centuries of existence had developed in him a particular patience, the understanding that meaningful restoration could not be rushed, that each component required its own timeline, that proper implementation now prevented cascading failures later. This perspective informed every aspect of his mechanical practice, creating a workspace governed by methodical progression rather than desperate improvisation. After completing the transmission adjustments, Otto emerged from beneath the vehicle with the careful movements of someone whose body, while deteriorated, remained a precisely understood tool. He wiped his hands on a cloth that had once been a workshop uniform, now faded to an indeterminate color but kept remarkably clean through regular washing in precious purified water. His clouded eyes studied the vehicle from this new perspective, evaluating progress with the critical assessment of someone who held complete restoration in mind while addressing incremental improvements. Fuel system next, he decided aloud, his voice carrying the quality of someone accustomed to long solitude, using verbalization to organize thoughts rather than communicate with others. The filtration modifications should accommodate the altered chemical composition of modern fuels without sacrificing engine performance. He moved toward one of his workbenches, where components for this particular subsystem had been arranged in careful sequence, original parts that had been meticulously cleaned and preserved, replacements fabricated from wasteland materials when originals proved beyond salvation, and hybrid solutions that represented his own engineering adaptations to post-nuclear realities. Each piece had been prepared with extraordinary care. Metal surfaces cleaned to remove centuries of corrosion, rubber components replaced with synthetic alternatives he had developed through decades of experimentation. As Otto organized these elements for installation, a subtle sound from outside the garage perimeter drew his attention. Footsteps approaching, with the measured pace of someone neither fleeing danger nor attempting stealth. His centuries in the wasteland had developed in him acute awareness of potential threats, though his response reflected assessment rather than fear. With practiced efficiency, he moved toward a discreet alcove where defensive equipment remained accessible without dominating his workspace, a concession to Commonwealth realities rather than his primary focus. "Hello?" came a voice from the entrance, young, female, carrying the particular intonation of someone attempting to signal peaceful intentions, while remaining alert to potential danger. "The settlement said I might find mechanical expertise here." Otto relaxed slightly at this introduction, which suggested legitimate purpose rather than raider opportunism. He emerged from the alcove, moving into the garage's main space where he would be visible to his unexpected visitor while maintaining comfortable distance for initial interaction. The young woman who stood framed in the garage entrance displayed the lean, weathered physique typical of wasteland travelers, someone whose existence involved constant movement through challenging terrain rather than settled comfort. Her practical leather armor showed signs of regular maintenance, and the modest pack she carried suggested self-sufficiency rather than desperate need. Most telling was her expression upon seeing Otto's ghoulified appearance, a momentary widening of eyes followed by deliberate composure, rather than the disgust or fear that characterized many humans' reactions to his kind. "You found it," Otto confirmed, his raspy voice carrying neither defensiveness nor particular welcome, merely acknowledgement. "Though expertise might suggest more than I claim, just a mechanic who's been at it longer than most." The significant understatement of this description, his centuries of experience representing continuity with pre-war mechanical knowledge now otherwise lost, remained unspoken. Part of his habitual modesty regarding his extraordinary preservation of technical skills across nuclear devastation. "I admire," the young woman offered, remaining at the threshold rather than entering uninvited. "I'm traveling with someone who might particularly value your work. He's like you, a ghoul who's recently regained coherence after being feral for decades. His memories of mechanical knowledge are returning but fragmentary. When we heard about what you're doing here, she gestured toward the partially restored vehicle at the garage's center. This unexpected explanation captured Otto's full attention, his clouded eyes focusing more intently on his visitor. Ghouls returning from ferality represented extraordinary rarity in Commonwealth experience. The degradation of higher brain functions typically proved permanent, a one-way transformation that rendered former humans permanently mindless. The possibility of witnessing such recovery sparked both professional curiosity and more personal interest in Otto, whose centuries of existence had included losing many companions to the feral state. "Where is he now?" Otto asked, his tone shifting to reflect this engaged interest. "Waiting at the ridge overlook," Maya explained, gesturing toward the elevated terrain visible beyond the garage. "He's still adjusting to interaction. Sometimes gets overwhelmed. I offered to make initial contact, see if you'd be open to meeting him." Otto nodded understanding, his own experience with fellow ghouls having taught him the particular challenges they faced in wasteland social dynamics. The prejudice from humans, the painful reminders when encountering ferals who might have once been friends, the complex grief of outliving generations of potential companions. That this recently recovered individual approached with such caution suggested both intelligence and sensitivity to these realities. "I'd be interested in meeting him," Otto confirmed, setting aside the fuel system components with careful precision. "If technical knowledge is returning to him, perhaps I could help stabilize those memories through practical application." He gestured toward the vehicle that represented his life's work. "This project has space for additional hands, if he's inclined toward collaboration." Maya's expression brightened with evident relief. "That would be extraordinary. Julian has been struggling to find purpose since his consciousness returned. Connecting with someone who shares both his condition and his mechanical interests could be invaluable." Otto's weathered features formed what was recognizably a smile despite the limitations of his ghoulified musculature. "Seems we might help each other then. I'll secure the workspace while you bring him down." This practical response reflected both wasteland caution and consideration for the potentially overwhelmed newcomer, ensuring the garage presented an orderly environment that might comfort rather than confuse someone still recalibrating to conscious perception. As Maya departed to retrieve her companion, Otto moved through his workspace with efficient purpose, ordering his active project into status displays that would be comprehensible to another mechanical mind, ensuring pathways remained clear for comfortable navigation, adjusting lighting to reduce potentially disconcerting shadows. These preparations reflected not merely practical consideration, but a deeper understanding of how environmental factors might affect someone recovering from ferality. How order and clarity could support cognitive processing, still rebuilding itself after decades of deterioration. Within 20 minutes, footsteps returned, now two sets moving at slightly different rhythms, suggesting the particular gait adaptations common to those with ghoulified physiology. Otto positioned himself near his workbench, deliberately engaged in minor organizational tasks that would allow the newcomer to observe without immediate pressure for direct interaction. A strategy born of centuries understanding the complex social dynamics of radiation-transformed existence. Maya appeared first in the garage entrance, her expression carrying encouraging warmth as she glanced back at her companion. "It's okay, Julian. He's expecting us." The ghoul who followed her into the illuminated workspace moved with the distinctive caution of someone recently emerged from ferality. Each motion deliberate, head turning in measured increments to process visual information without overwhelming recently recovered cognitive functions. His radiation-transformed body showed more extensive deterioration than Otto's, suggesting either higher exposure levels or particularly harsh wasteland conditions during his feral decades. Most striking were his eyes, clouded like all ghouls, yet carrying an intensity of focused awareness that contradicted their milky appearance, constantly evaluating and processing his surroundings. Otto allowed the newcomer time to orient himself, continuing his minor organizational task while Julian surveyed the garage with increasingly confident visual assessment. The recently recovered ghoul's attention moved methodically from the tool arrangements to the organized parts storage to the vehicle at the workspace's center. Each element studied with growing interest rather than confusion or apprehension. When Julian's gaze finally settled on Otto himself, there was a moment of profound recognition, not of specific identity but of shared condition and experience that transcended individual history. Something passed between them that Maya, despite her evident compassion, could not fully access. The unspoken understanding of those who had endured radiation's transformative effects across centuries of existence. "You're restoring it," Julian observed, his voice carrying the same raspy quality as Otto's, but with subtle differences in pitch and articulation that reflected their different pre-ghoulification origins. Not just salvaging, actually bringing it back. This immediate recognition of Otto's true purpose, restoration rather than mere utilization of parts, confirmed the returning mechanical knowledge Maya had mentioned. Most wasteland scavengers viewed pre-war vehicles merely as resources to be dismantled, unable to conceive of comprehensive restoration as either possible or worthwhile. "Been at it about 76 years now," Otto acknowledged, setting aside his organizational pretense as no longer necessary. "Started with just the chassis and engine block. Finding appropriate components has been challenging." This significant understatement of the extraordinary difficulties involved in locating functional parts, 2 centuries after manufacturing had ceased, reflected his habitual modesty. Julian approached the vehicle with increasingly confident steps, his deteriorated hands hovering just above its surface without touching, respecting the work while visually assessing its condition. Chrysler's Cherry Bomb 2077 Supersport Edition, he identified, the specific knowledge emerging with evident surprise at his own recall. Dual fusion cells, modified transmission to handle the torque. They only made about 500 before. His voice trailed off, the reference to nuclear devastation unnecessary between them. Otto's weathered features displayed clear appreciation for this accurate identification. "Precisely right. You were mechanically trained before?" Julian's expression shifted through several emotions: concentration, uncertainty, then gradual confirmation as memory assembled itself. "Military Vehicle Maintenance Division, specialized in civilian adaptations for emergency response. We were retrofitting standard models to handle radiation-contaminated environments." He looked up with sudden intensity. The irony isn't lost on me. This unexpected intersection of Julian's pre-war work and their current radiation-transformed existence created a moment of connection that transcended their brief acquaintance. Otto nodded acknowledgement of both the technical background and the philosophical observation it prompted. "Perhaps not irony, but preparation," he suggested. "Your knowledge may have particular relevance to our current challenges." Maya had remained near the entrance, observing this interaction with evident satisfaction, but not interrupting the natural development of connection between the 2 ghouls. Now she spoke carefully. "Julian has been recovering more memories each day. Sometimes they overwhelm him, but working with his hands seems to help stabilize the cognitive process." Otto considered this information with the particular thoughtfulness of someone whose centuries of existence had included observing many variations of ghoulification's effects. Manual skills often persist when declarative memory falters, he noted. The body remembers what the mind struggles to articulate. Working on mechanical systems might help integrate returning knowledge through physical engagement. Julian nodded agreement, his attention returning to the vehicle with increasing focus. I feel clarity when thinking about mechanical processes, like islands of solid ground in shifting fog. His deteriorated hands now moved with more confidence, tracing the vehicle's contours just above its surface. "May I?" he asked, indicating his desire for closer inspection. "Please," Otto encouraged, recognizing the therapeutic potential of such engagement. "I was about to begin work on the fuel filtration system. Your perspective would be valuable." This invitation initiated a remarkable collaboration that unfolded over subsequent hours, the two ghouls gradually establishing a working rhythm that accommodated Julian's still recovering cognitive functions, while benefiting from his emerging mechanical insights. Otto demonstrated extraordinary patience when his new associate needed time to process information, or when memories emerged in fragmentary form, providing context and confirmation that helped stabilize these returning knowledge components. Maya eventually settled on a workshop stool, positioned to maintain connection without interfering with their developing workflow, occasionally offering observations or questions that helped Julian articulate technical concepts he understood functionally but struggled to verbalize. Her role revealed sophisticated understanding of his recovery process, providing cognitive scaffolding without imposing solutions, supporting without directing. Her presence an anchor when memories threatened to overwhelm him. As evening deepened outside the garage, the work continued under Otto's carefully designed lighting system. The fuel filtration assembly gradually took form as component after component was evaluated, cleaned, modified when necessary, and positioned for integration. Their conversation remained largely technical, focused on immediate mechanical challenges, yet beneath this pragmatic exchange developed deeper communication, shared understanding of their extraordinary longevity, parallel experiences navigating radiation-transformed existence, the particular perspective of those who remembered the world before nuclear devastation, while adapting to its aftermath. "I've been adapting the filtration system to accommodate the altered chemical composition of available fuels," Otto explained as they positioned a particularly complex component. "Pure pre-war gasoline no longer exists, but I've developed a processing method for current petrochemicals that produces acceptable substitutes with minimal engine modification." Julian studied the adapted filtration assembly with increasingly confident assessment. "You've increased the surface area of the filtration medium," he observed, weathered finger indicating a specific modification, "and incorporated a secondary processing chamber here. Brilliant solution." This technical appreciation clearly pleased Otto, whose centuries of isolated work had allowed few opportunities for knowledgeable evaluation from others who truly understood his achievements. "Took nearly 15 years to perfect," he acknowledged, rare pride emerging in his typically modest presentation. "Early versions caused unacceptable engine fouling. The patience this project requires," Julian's voice carried wondering respect. "Decades of consistent vision and implementation, while the world around you focused solely on immediate survival." Otto's clouded eyes focused momentarily on distant memory. "After radiation changed me, after I realized how time would affect me differently than others, I needed purpose beyond mere continuation. This vehicle represented everything that had been lost, not just transportation but engineering precision, materials science, manufacturing standards. Restoring it became my stand against entropy." His weathered hand moved across the cherry bomb's hood with gentle appreciation, perhaps foolish in a world of more pressing needs, but meaningful to me. Not foolish, Julian countered with unexpected intensity. Essential. Preservation of knowledge has value beyond utility. It maintains connection with human achievement, reminds us we were more than just survivors once. His deteriorated features arranged themselves into determined lines. We created. We can create again. This philosophical exchange revealed the deeper significance of Otto's decades-long project. Not merely mechanical restoration, but cultural preservation, maintaining technical knowledge that might otherwise have been permanently lost to nuclear devastation. His patient work represented continuity between the world that had been destroyed and whatever civilization might eventually emerge from its radioactive ashes. As their work progressed into full evening, Mia eventually rose from her observation post. "I should check our camp, make sure everything's secure for the night," she explained. "Julian, are you comfortable staying while I handle that?" The question acknowledged his still developing capacity for independent social interaction, without assuming limitations, a balanced approach that respected both his autonomy and ongoing recovery. Julian considered briefly before nodding. "I'm settled here. The work helps focus my thoughts." After Maya's departure, the two ghouls continued their collaboration with adjusted rhythm, their communication becoming more direct without her human presence as intermediary. Their shared condition created shortcuts in understanding. References to radiation effects required no explanation. Descriptions of extended time periods carried natural comprehension. The particular challenges of ghoulified physicality were mutually understood without clarification. "How long have you been conscious again?" Otto asked, as they carefully aligned filtration components. The question offered without pressure for response. Julian's deteriorated hands paused briefly in their work as he accessed still recent memory. 6 weeks since the fog began lifting. Maya found me in transitional state, not fully feral anymore, but not yet coherent. She recognized what was happening when others would have simply eliminated the threat. His clouded eyes focused on the mechanism before him, perhaps finding its order easier to process than his own remarkable recovery. "I don't know why consciousness returned after so many decades of ferality. No precedent exists in any medical literature I'm beginning to remember." Otto nodded understanding, both of the extraordinary nature of Julian's recovery and the disorientation it must create. "The radiation that changed us follows no predictable pattern. Some ghouls went feral immediately after transformation, others remained lucid for decades before gradually losing coherence. Many, like myself, have maintained consciousness through centuries." His weathered hands continued their precise work while he spoke. Decades of practice allowing mechanical function to proceed alongside conversation. Perhaps recovery follows equally individual trajectories. "It helps to hear that," Julian acknowledged. "I've been struggling to find explanatory frameworks for my experience, but none seem adequate. Some things we must accept without full understanding," Otto observed. The statement reflecting philosophical perspective, developed across his extraordinary lifespan. "I've found focusing on what can be known and verified, like mechanical systems, provides foundation when larger questions remain unanswerable." This practical wisdom seemed to resonate with Julian, whose movements became more fluid as they continued working, his technical confidence visibly increasing as engagement with concrete mechanical challenges anchored his recovering cognition. The fuel filtration assembly gradually approached completion, each component finding its proper position within the system Otto had designed across decades of experimentation and refinement. When Maya returned perhaps an hour later, she found them deeply engaged in technical discussion regarding potential adaptations to the ignition system, Julian offering insights from his military vehicle experience that complemented Otto's decades of practical implementation. Their collaborative focus had established such comfortable rhythm that her return registered as incorporation rather than interruption, both ghouls acknowledging her presence while maintaining their productive exchange. "You've made progress," she observed, noting the near-completed filtration assembly. Otto nodded, weathered features displaying satisfaction. Julian's insights regarding flow dynamics suggested modifications I hadn't considered. The system should function with 15% greater efficiency than my original design. This acknowledgement of contribution clearly meant much to Julian, whose radiation-damaged face formed what was recognizably a smile despite his ghoulified musculature. Otto's decades of adaptation to post-war fuel chemistry makes my theoretical knowledge applicable to current conditions. The collaboration is stimulating. Maya's expression reflected pleased recognition of how this engagement supported Julian's continuing recovery, the technical focus providing structure for his returning knowledge, while the collaborative aspect reinforced social reconnection after decades of feral isolation. What might have appeared simply as mechanical work to casual observation represented multi-layered therapeutic benefit for someone re-establishing conscious identity after profound cognitive disruption. As evening deepened toward night, Otto eventually suggested pausing their work at a natural stopping point. "The adhesive compounds need proper curing time," he explained, securing tools with practiced precision. Continuing now would risk structural integrity later. This consideration for process and proper implementation rather than immediate completion reflected not merely technical wisdom, but the particular patience his extraordinary lifespan had developed, understanding that meaningful restoration required respecting natural timelines rather than forcing artificial acceleration. Julian seemed to appreciate this perspective, his own movements adopting similar care as they brought the session to orderly conclusion. "I've established a modest living space connected to the workshop," Otto indicated, gesturing toward a doorway partially concealed by organized storage shelving. "Nothing elaborate, but comfortable enough. You're both welcome to stay, rather than return to your camp if you prefer." This invitation represented significant trust from someone who had clearly established careful boundaries around his living and working space. Maya glanced at Julian, allowing him to evaluate the offer based on his current comfort with extended social interaction. After brief consideration, Julian nodded. "We'd appreciate that, if you're certain we wouldn't impose." "Company is rare but not unwelcome," Otto assured them, leading the way toward the indicated doorway. "Particularly company that understands the work." Beyond the threshold lay a space that paralleled the garage in its remarkable preservation of pre-war living standards, adapted to post-nuclear realities. What had once been an office or storage room had been transformed into efficient living quarters, with furniture either preserved from before the bombs or constructed with extraordinary skill from salvaged materials. A small cooking area occupied one corner, with stored food organized as methodically as the mechanical components in the workshop. Bookshelves lined available wall space, containing technical manuals and reference volumes, protected from deterioration through careful preservation methods. As they settled to share a modest meal prepared from Otto's stored provisions and Maya's contributed supplies, the conversation gradually shifted from immediate mechanical concerns to broader reflections on their unusual circumstance. The particular perspective of ghouls, especially those like Otto and Julian who remembered the world before the bombs, offered unique continuity between past and present, their extended lifespans providing context unavailable to humans born into the wasteland. with no direct experience of what had been lost. The vehicles we maintain now bear little resemblance to their original versions, Otto observed, referencing human settlements where mechanized transportation still functioned in limited forms. Like language that loses vocabulary with each generation, technical knowledge simplified through necessity and limited resources, original engineering principles forgotten in favor of what merely functions immediately. Julian nodded, understanding. Military engineering faced similar degradation even before the bombs. Maintenance protocols simplified for field expediency, deeper systems knowledge concentrated among fewer specialists. The trend toward immediate functionality over comprehensive understanding was already underway, which makes your restoration project all the more significant, Maya contributed, her perspective as a wasteland-born human adding valuable dimension to their discussion. You're not just preserving an object, but the knowledge systems that created it. Otto's weathered features displayed appreciation for this observation. Precisely. The vehicle itself matters less than what it represents. Integrated systems thinking, materials science, precision manufacturing, principles that built civilization before and might contribute to rebuilding after. This framing of his decades-long project transcended mere mechanical nostalgia, positioning it within larger contexts of knowledge preservation essential for any meaningful reconstruction of technological capacity. Julian's returning expertise from military vehicle maintenance added complementary perspective, his specialized training representing another fragment of pre-war technical understanding that might otherwise have been permanently lost to nuclear devastation and the passage of time. As their discussion continued through the evening, a remarkable sense of community developed among the two radiation-transformed beings, whose extended lifespans bridged pre- and post-war existence, and a young human whose compassionate assistance had helped one of them reclaim consciousness after decades of ferality. Their conversation moved thoughtfully between practical, mechanical considerations and philosophical reflections on continuity amid devastation, creating connections that transcended the typical fragmentation of wasteland existence. "I've been considering your situation," Otto said eventually, addressing Julian directly. "This workspace has capacity for additional projects beyond my primary restoration. If you wished to remain longer, establish more consistent environment for your continuing recovery, there could be mutual benefit in collaboration." This invitation carried significant weight coming from someone who had clearly maintained careful independence across centuries of existence. Julian's weathered features displayed evident recognition of what Otto was offering. Not merely workspace but mentorship, partnership in knowledge preservation and restoration that transcended mechanical projects to encompass recovery of cognitive function and purpose. "I would value that opportunity greatly," Julian responded after thoughtful consideration, his clouded eyes meeting Otto's with the particular connection possible between those who shared both radiation transformation and technical understanding. "My recovery seems to accelerate through engagement with organized systems and purposeful work." Maya's expression reflected quiet satisfaction at this development, her weeks of supporting Julian's emergence from ferality now finding potential continuation through connection with someone whose unique combination of ghoulification and mechanical expertise offered ideal environment for his ongoing restoration. "It seems fitting," she observed, "rebuilding machines and rebuilding minds together." This philosophical framing resonated with both ghouls, acknowledging parallels between mechanical restoration and cognitive recovery that their particular circumstances made especially relevant. Otto's patient reconstruction of the cherry bomb across decades mirrored Julian's gradual reassembly of identity and knowledge from fragments radiation had scattered, each process requiring similar qualities of persistence, methodical approach, and vision of completion, despite current incompleteness. As night settled more firmly around the garage, their conversation continued with the particular depth possible between those who shared extraordinary experience yet brought complementary perspectives. Julian's military background offered technical knowledge from institutional training, while Otto's centuries of independent adaptation had developed innovative solutions to post-war limitation. Maya's human viewpoint provided valuable connection to current Commonwealth conditions and settlement needs, creating comprehensive understanding unavailable through any single perspective. Otto eventually produced a preserved bottle that might once have been considered commonplace, but now represented extraordinary rarity in the wasteland. Actual pre-war spirits, its seal intact across centuries. "I've maintained a small collection of such items," he explained, noting their surprised expressions. "Not for regular consumption, but as connection to particular pre-war experiences. This seems appropriate occasion for remembrance alongside progress." With careful precision, he opened the preserved bottle and distributed its contents into 3 relatively intact glasses, another rarity in the Commonwealth, where such fragile items had largely been destroyed or repurposed across centuries of scavenging. The ritual created tangible connection between the world before nuclear devastation and their current collaboration, spanning the divide between what had been lost and what might yet be recovered. "To restoration," Otto proposed, raising his glass with dignity that transcended his radiation-damaged appearance. "Not merely of vehicles, but of knowledge that built civilization once and might again." "To restoration," Julian echoed, his deteriorated features arranged in evident appreciation of both the sentiment and the extraordinary moment of connection it represented. "To restoration," Maya completed, her human perspective adding essential dimension to their shared acknowledgement. As the night enfolded their sanctuary, this oath of restoration extended beyond mere words into commitment, demonstrated through their collaborative efforts. Otto's decades preserving mechanical knowledge through patient reconstruction, Julian's remarkable recovery from ferality, representing unprecedented reclamation of identity, Maya's compassionate assistance bridging human and ghoul existence through recognition of shared purpose. Together they embodied possibility beyond mere survival, maintaining dedication to rebuilding rather than simply scavenging amid the Commonwealth's harsh challenges. Outside, the wasteland darkness concealed the broken landscape shaped by nuclear devastation, while distant radiation storms illuminated the horizon with unnatural brilliance. Yet within Otto's carefully maintained compound, something extraordinary continued developing. Preservation of knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. Recovery of consciousness that conventional wisdom considered impossible. Collaboration that transcended typical wasteland fragmentation. The cherry bomb at the workshop's center stood as physical manifestation of this commitment to restoration, not simply a vehicle being reassembled, a symbol of human achievement persisting despite apocalyptic devastation through the patient hands of radiation-transformed beings, whose extended lifespans bridged world-ending catastrophe. Technical understanding maintained tenuous continuity, where nuclear fire had nearly created permanent division between civilization lost and whatever might eventually emerge from its radioactive ashes. This oath of restoration, unspoken but demonstrated through their persistent efforts, represented hope beyond mere continuation. The possibility that what atomic destruction had nearly erased completely might eventually be rebuilt through preserved knowledge, recovered identity, and collaborative purpose, bridging the seemingly insurmountable divide between the world before and after nuclear devastation. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.